How's it going, everyone? Eulier Gonzalez again here, and in today's video we're gonna take a look now at this three approach when it comes to data fetching in React applications. I'm gonna make a quick recap here and then choose one that allow me is to actually fetch data from an endpoint to populate that with this section, part of the blood pressure, the diagnostic history, where we're going to consume data from the systolic, diastolic, respiratory rate, temperature, and heart rates, as well as for diagnostic list, render this list of elements, for the profile, okay, and for lab result, which is another list. So, the whole idea of today's video is to look at how can we use one of this, which is something that I'm going to mention, and compare with other solutions and why I actually choose this. So, first things first, let's take a look now at all of these different data fetching library that we can have, right? So for example, we have Redux Toolkit or RTKey Query. So this is something that a lot of established business and companies are actually using. This is something that, even though that some developers find this legacy and boring technology and that kind of thing, actually work as expected. It is quite lengthy and verbose, totally, I agree, but at least you get what you want, right? Especially when it comes to data fetching, catching, and now integrate that with different rendering modes, which is one of the main goals of Next.js. How can we deal with all of these different rendering modes? Because a little bit of history. First, we have something. So first, back in the 90s, early 2000s, the way how the users consume the data or type, for example, a URL, let's say Google. So all of this mechanism is something called as the round trip. So user type Google, the browser send the request away through the network, all through the entire internet infrastructure. Now it's actually redirecting that request properly to the server on Google. Though they detect that, and then now say, okay, let me render this content and send it that. So once that is done, the browser detect that, get this content, and now pass that through something called the critical rendering path, which is how browsers transform HTML, CSS, and JavaScript into pixel on the screen. So this process was slow, because anytime you click something, you actually have to wait for that to complete, and wait for that to complete, and wait for that to complete. So people on the industry, they come out with an alternative and say, wouldn't it be better to actually render all of this content here, and by here I mean on the browser, okay? So the only trade-off is that, well, the user will have to wait a little bit for the entire application to be loaded, but once that is done, it can navigate through our applications quickly. So anytime the user navigates, for example, in an e-commerce, hey, I want to look now at my products, it actually renders that fast. Hey, I want to look at my product detail. Hey, I want to look at my checkout. And in the background, we are actually fetching all of this data. Okay. Previously, we used something called the XHR, which is a format in how you can get the data. And with Ajax, which is this async nature of how can we now in a JavaScript talk to us, to the outside world. And we do that thanks to the browser or this facade function. So for example, Ajax request, and then people actually look at or develop more convenience library where we can now use something called like Axios, all right? But behind the scene is actually using is this Ajax, this asynchronous JavaScript format. And all right, that's good. So as the time passes, and anytime the user now render the content, okay, or anytime the user go to that particular e-commerce, have to wait a little bit for that content to get loaded, and now he can actually is navigate through that. The problem with that approach is that for web crawlers, if your applications require SEO or need to get ranked by all of these web crawlers, that's not a good idea. Why is that? Because web crawler actually do its job by looking at the content and then actually index that. They have some inner mechanism, some inner logic that is very relevant to all of this search engine, and they have that some sort of black box, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the idea here is, if your applications require to be ranked from any of these search engines, okay, I don't know, Yahoo, Google, that kind of thing, that way doesn't work. So as a way to now fix that, especially for blogs or newsletters, any application that require SEO, for those, they need to be a better way or an alternative. That's why we have now this thing called server-side rendering. So in this server-side rendering approach, which is another rendering mode, he will say, hey, when the user hit enter, when the user requests our web page, we're gonna pre-render that on the fly, serve that content so that the user can see the content first, and then in the background load all the necessary code to make your app finally interactive. So the process is the user requests your applications, and then the server pre-renders that content, send that. So while the user now can see something it can interact with, but it can see something while we're hurrying up everything in the background by replacing now this content with now the content with interactivity called hydration step. Okay, and now the page becomes interactive. So that's pretty fuck in my humble opinion, you know. In my humble opinion, that works. That's pretty French toast. So because now you have a particular architecture to decide which component you want to as a way to improve or these advanced techniques in React, like code splitting or server-side rendering. Okay, code splitting is as a way to reduce the initial page load time by only sending the necessary data that teach your app bare minimum instructions to get and set up everything. While in the background, we are now loading all the necessary codes to make now the application interactive. And this is part of the second step here on the server-side rendering. All right. So it might sound like a nightmare, or it might sound like a too complicated, too easy here. But bear with me, because now Next framework, people from Next say, hey, you know what? It will be much better to finally have a framework, okay, that allows it to work not only on the browser but also on the server. Okay, and let's gonna call this Next.js. So Next.js, the problem that I try to solve is all of these rendering modes that, for example, specific clients might need. For example, back office, you can go with a single page application, no problem. You don't need to actually index that. However, for applications that require you to index, okay, blogs, newsletter, recipes, that kind of thing, okay, now we need to actually do the server-side render. So, because Redux is this well-battled test tool that allows to handle is data fetching, server-side rendering, as well as caching, the only trade-off of this is it is very lengthy and verbose. So for our case, we're gonna discard these solutions because, quite frankly, we only want is this. Okay, we only just want is to fetch one data, because this is a demo here. We want us to fetch one data here, and then pass that down to whatever component it needs to. So this might be quite overkill to do that. So we're gonna pass that. There is also something called is the SWR, okay, React hook for remote data fetching. This is a new library from React, which was developed by people on Vercel here, and also the people that are behind the Next. So we're not going to use this solution, despite that this is the approach that they recommended, because we're going to go with now a tool that the React community has embraced, and that is the React query. So for that, okay, we need to actually set up a couple of things here and understand how can we organize our code like this. So here we are, and it's actually not that. This is get the course. Everybody's selling a course. Everybody's selling a course. That's right. Querying data, advanced querying, and that kind of thing. Handling user interactions, scaling your app, plugins and adapter, testing, and bonus. The secret sauce, interactivity, and then you got it. Or you can reset this. Okay, I never enter here. Okay, the view have an observer and the catch. So when you change the sort updated, it sends that from the catch, and then you get the new version. So this catch is part of the React query that is now communicate to your server. All right. So challenge. Every time you learn something new, you will be immediately thrown into an environment where you can apply that knowledge in practical real life. Quality videos, that kind of thing. Okay. Quiz yourself. It's the best way to learn how to use React query in real life applications. Ready to master, and there you got it. Oh, of course, my friend. All of you selling this particular course. React, JavaScript, Advanced JavaScript, Modern JavaScript, React Router, Classic React, TypeScript, React with TypeScript. That's quite interesting. React GG, which is the core of React. The interactive way to master modern. Oh, okay. Escaping React, optimizing React. Okay. And all of these hooks. Okay. Preview interview, future-proof React, server components, suspense, and that kind of thing. Ready to master React. There you got it. Okay, so now they have this particularly. Okay, cool, 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 Google, and of course this is made with React and Redux. Interesting, interesting. And they made this with Redux instead of React Query. That speaks volume. That actually speaks volumes. And yeah, this is a new framework here with Astro. You got Astro. Yeah, you got Astro, and also you got it, for example, Remix, which is now the framework that is being used by Shopify. Remix, yes. So the people behind the React router now are actually focus their attention to this. So that's great. That's good. That's quite convenient, totally. And the components and the hooks. Okay. So again, we're gonna work is with this. Okay. So in our case, using Next.js, we're gonna now work. But this is server-side rendering. But we want this to now query key factory. We want this to not necessarily using the server-side rendering, using Remix. Okay. The exact implementation of this mechanism may vary from platform to platform, but we recommend starting with Next.js, which supports two forms of pre-rendering. Okay, exactly. Two forms of pre-rendering: server-side rendering and static generation. React Query support both of these forms of pre-rendering, regardless of what platform you might be using. And using high rotation and that kind of thing. Caveat for Next.js rewrite. There is a catch if you're using Next.js rewrite features together with automatic static optimization. Oh, but this is the old one. Exactly. With Next.js, the old one. But this is for server-side rendering. Query, full Next.js page router, and that kind of thing. Okay. Which part of this? React router, React Native, React Mode. Interesting. You enable to run embedded project. Oh, it's like my browser doesn't allow this. Oh, anyway. It's because it's Firefox. Okay, no problem. Okay. But yeah, this is the reason why we are actually using is React Query instead of Redux, for example. And also this comes is not I don't brought this out of my mind. This is also a recommendation from Brian Holt. Okay. This is also a recommendation from Brian Holt. Currently, he is the VP of product of SQLite. Okay, he's also a front-end master instructor, which is kind of good. Vets who codes. I think this is something very, very interesting and valuable here. And he previously worked at Stripe, Microsoft, Netflix, Reddit, and Snowflake. That's it. Oh, he holds an MBA. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That's an interesting background. An MBA. Yep. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, okay. Good. 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 Great. So yeah, according to Brian Hall, so this is part of the introduction to React. What they describe is the React capability. When they say, well, React Query has now become is this adopted library in the React ecosystem for doing data fetching, and this is quite convenient because it's not only guarantee you data fetching but also catching, which is something very very hard to do, as well as naming things in computer science. Also, the sync and update with the server state. Cool, cool. So here we are. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get into it. Let's get into this. Because I want us to now use this with Next.js. Okay, Next.js pages. And for real? Okay. Anyway, did I need to change the browser? Oh my god. That's interesting. A bit more about the browser engine support. It's like, for that reason, we only support embedding web containers based project in Chromium based browser. Wow, that's sad. Project based on web containers can be embedded on any established project. Okay. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Components, hooks, and pages. But this is the old way of doing that. Exactly. This is the old way of doing this. And here's where you define your function as it is. And this is client only, yes. Okay. But again, this is okay. That doesn't work because this is an old. This is from old next version, next 14. No. Where is it? Where is it? Really? React Query in Next. I mean in Next. It's different. Yeah, here we are. But this is for server-side rendering, and this is Supabase block. Okay. Next, thanks, Gary. But this is as a way to connect with Supabase, which is another framework as well, as you may guess. But no, right now let's make this as it is. React Query with Next.js app router is with this. Okay. Here we are, server-side rendering. But we want to go is with, this is Remix. This is not the frameworks client using the app directory in Next.js. Exactly. Okay, so both prefetching approach using initial date or hide tags are available within the app directory. So prefetch the data in the server components and props drill initial data to client component. That may be one good approach, and the simpler one. Okay. The other is you want to now prefetch the query on the server. One of them is prefetch data in server components and props drill initial data, and the other is that prefetch the query on the server and then dehydrate the cache and hydrate on the client. With hydrate, no need for to prop drills, and query fetching is based on when the query was prefetched on the server. So props drilling is something that is quite a headache, especially one because if you're expecting to get the data, prop drilling is this approach of passing down data from parent to children's component, right? Along the entire inheritance or along the entire chains. So the thing here is this might be good for our use case, okay? But again, for large applications, that might not be ideal. So by saying that, now let's go actually here with this, with prefetching data in server components and then props drilling initial data to client components. Exactly. And then on that component, app.post GSX, and you can now perform that and get the data that you need to. Okay. And then the other is using the prefetch. Okay. So let's get into this. First we need to create is this query client provider, okay, which is this hooks. Is required for both initial data or hydrate prefetching approach. And as we can see here, this will only run on the client. Here we are actually saying this, hey, please run this on the client. Okay. Please run this on the client. All right. Please run this on the client, and let's gonna call this provider.gsx. So let's get into it. It's gonna call this providers in plural, singular, exactly. Providers .tsx, and here, well, I want you now follow me along because I don't want to copy and paste all of this code. It's like I want to know what I'm doing here. So because this code will run is on the client, okay, and the way we specify this in Next is by setting this string. The next line is say, hey, I want you to now export is the query client, which is the object, and the query client provider, which is the React tag. So let's get into this. I want now to import that from 10 stack. I don't have that installed. Lol. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go into let's get into it. Okay. Yep. Let's get into it. Okay. So let's get to now actually install this. Okay, and now please 10 stack. One of the great things that I love from VS Code is that it actually detects if you already have this package installed on your node dependency. If it is, good. Hell, this is a great thing, bro. Okay, so now I want you to fetch. You're going to grab is the query client. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. Why is that? Because I expect that this is a function, but in fact, this is an object. How do I know that? Well, this is not part of the advanced topic of JavaScript, especially from the EX6 and EX7, when because the way how can we now build objects, and an object is just a way of how we can represent things in the outside world, is this philosophy, is this approach, object-oriented programming. And the way JavaScript works here is by using something called is the prototype object oriented. The deal there is that this approach is guaranteed you that your data, which is unique, and the functionality doesn't repeat. In other words, you can have now, you are being memory efficient, you are being efficient with your data when it comes to apply some transformation or to add some transformation to this data, whether it's a user or a post, or in our case, the patient's data. Okay, so instead of to creating is anytime we run these new objects, create the unique data, let's say name, last name, age, gender. Also is to do not duplicate is the functionality that is shared across all of these different data, all the different patients. So that's great, because now with this prototype object-oriented programming is a way of how you can save space in memory, which is something that your grandma and software engineer has a lot of in common when it comes to actually find ways to be efficient. It's like, no, let's gonna store these things here. It's gonna save here space. No, I got this. I'm gonna use that later. I don't know when. There are software engineering, and your mom and your grandma or your grandpa are united by being memory efficient, by being efficient with the resource. Okay, anyway, so this is query client, okay? And here is a way of how you indicate to other developers using the EX6 syntax to say this, for this object you need to use is the new keyword, which what is doing behind the scene is to automate the process of accessing to properties from another object. Okay, in this case, to accessing functionality from another object. So we don't copy them, we just actually have a reference to that. And it automates the prototype process of the prototype change for us, and then return is the object. So something that we're going to talk about here, perhaps this might be quite off the topic, but again, this is something useful. So query client, the other is query provider, query client providers. All right. So here we need to create actually is the object. Okay. So to do that, where we are exactly. So to do that, here, because we're following is the initial data approach, it's saying, hey, I want you to export this as a function called providers. Okay. So this is a federal, it'll be like a React component here. So hey, I want you to now export, I want you to make this export default function called provider. Okay. Providers in plural, where you're gonna do is this. You're gonna get this children properties, which means is all of these props that all of these React nodes for that. Okay. Wait, what? Okay. And I want you to, here is to create the client here. Inside of this React component, remember, after all, functions in React context are React components. So here we're going to define is a cons by saying, here we're gonna do is this. We're gonna create that, okay, query client by saying, hey, new query client, okay. But this will be is returning from a function that we expect to be this as the input from something called is react.use, which is our state. So we can actually import this. Can we, for example, do something like this? Oh, use state, as it is. React refers to UMD goal, but the current file is model. Consider adding importing set. Yeah. To make this much more friendly, you say, hey, I want you to import this React. Okay. From React. But I think React has no export member. Did you mean act? Well, or another thing is that we can say, hey, use state from React by saying this. This is quite interesting. Because since this code will run is on the server, it's supposed to have that. Okay. So once we define that this is an state, this is a hook that we're creating, use state. All right. I want you now to make that available, which is query client. I want to get now that state or that data. I want to get that available to return this. Okay, to return this with this, so query client provider, where this query client provider, this React component that has all the necessary logic that we're going to pass to this in the client options called query state. Okay, and we need to also pass is their children's, which is children, all of these React nodes for that. So this React children's actually is a, if I recall that grade, is so children's is React DOM. I think it is. This React DOM type is React, but React node, something like that. It's like node elements. It's a node type. Exactly, React node. Exactly, they are React nodes. In fact, this is an array of React nodes, if I don't recall that. But in any case, and I think this is going to, okay, you're gonna cry by that. So these children are, in fact, React nodes. Yeah, they are React, but React node. How can I get the type from this? Or the interface, React elements, React node. You can say node. Oh my God. Well, it's the React node. Oh, but this is a type. Okay, React node, which can be a React element, a string, an iterable, and all of this. Do not use or you will be fired. Experimental React nodes. Okay. Oh. React node. Exactly, it's an array of this. It's an array of React nodes. Oh, I mean it's this one. Sorry. You have to say something like this. Hey, so children. This is an object of React nodes. Okay, this is when TypeScript is being finicky about it. Binding element children implicit has any type. I want to pass down this data here, but I want to know. Yeah, children, TypeScript, and React. React.React node. Okay. Exactly. It's React node. Which is a type that we can say here, hey, this children object, yeah, this children object, is a React node. That's right. Okay. All right. Okay. Good. So now that we create this React components as our provider, then we need to inject that someplace, somehow. And here is on the layout level. At the layout layer here is where we're going to inject this. So how can we do that? So this is the root layout, right? And here we're going to say, hey, we're going to wrap this. So this layout, particularly Next, act as this entry point of your app. So that's great. We take a look now at the providers. Okay. Oh my God, no. You got it. As this provider. And now we're doing is this props drilling. Okay. So now we're doing is this props drilling. Easy to set, not easy to set for, again, these prop drillings might work for client-side rendering applications, back office, or any other application, games, or any other application that don't require you to get indexed, or you don't need SEO. You don't need your application. You don't need that your app needs to get ranked. Okay. So yeah, cool. And now this is all to setup. This is for the setup. Okay. This is for the setup. whether it's initial data or hydratate, this is for the setup. Okay, cool, cool. That's right. Okay, good, good. Exactly. Setup a React query. Setup React query. Okay. Setup React query. We'll make that. Cool. Nothing has changed. And when it comes now to using initial data, fetch your initial data in the server component, higher in the component tree, and pass it to the client components as props. So again, for the client-side rendering applications, back office, games, this might be a good approach. So this is when you define it on the page inside of the app. You say, hey, now let me actually pass down this data, you know. So here we're gonna say initial data await get post. Wait a single moment. Okay, get post. Oh, because this will be the function. Get post. God damn. Await get post. Yeah, because this is the function that we're passing to you as a way to render that. Oh, makes sense. I get it. This is the function that we're going to define. Okay, this is the refetching function. Good, makes sense. That's the refetching function. All right, here we are. And here we say is this. We pass this initial data, okay? And then here we say on that particular component, exactly, on that particular component, hey, now I want to make use of that. Okay, this is for server-side rendering, okay. My question is this. Are we defining this function outside normal functions like that? Exactly, because are we defining its normal functions here outside of this layout, page, providers, okay, so for our use case, okay, for our use case, oh no, okay, for use cases this, no, here, and by looking now at this on the yep, all right, because we are using is use breadth list, this particular function. Using that, we define our fetch breadth list here. Exactly, or fetch function. Okay, it is time now to define our function, our fetch function. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. Okay, okay, makes sense, makes sense, make total sense, make total sense. Okay. Where is it? Okay. 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 Here we are. So, what we need to do here is to define is our fetch function. So, let's get into that. Let's define is our fetch function, but following is this particular folder structure here for exactly project folder structure as it is. App routing conventions, routing files, nested router, dynamic routes, route groups and private folder, parallel interceptors, metadata, page routing for that. Okay. Top level folders. Okay. And top level files. That's right. Okay. So here's when we can define is our service here. Exactly. So we can define is now here in our code something called like a service. Okay. It's gonna define here our service. I want to create a new one. Here, new folder called service. Okay. So in this service architecture, here we're gonna define is that particular function, which will be is in our case that data, that data. I was gonna call this is patients data API. Exactly. The patients data API. Okay. 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 Which is the API exactly. Totally. Fetch API. Totally. And there you got it. Get preview and that kind of thing. Okay. This is now the way how defined is this. Okay. Based on their examples. Based on their examples. But they have that particular format as it is. Exactly. They have a particular format. Okay, let's get into this. So instead of servers, they call this is lib. Okay, where inside of lib is where we're gonna have now our API logic. That is API.tsx. Okay. So first things first, we're gonna define is our API URL. So const API URL. That's right. Okay. So in our case, it'll be is what is the name of the API example? Is this one? Okay. All right. Good. That's a way to do not abuse my. Is this one? Okay. That's right. Okay. Yep, that's right. We actually use double quotes here because I really love those double quotes. Okay. The token, that's right. So here we're gonna have is a particular token. I don't think we get is the token. We only need to pass this the proper encrypted keys. Okay, that's all. That's different. So no need for token for this case. Yeah, no need for token, but here we need is to define our async function here called like this. Okay, async here, async function called fetch API, which will be the base. Here when we're going to define is that here we receive is the query, okay, followed by the data that we need to, in our case, like variables and previewing this right now, honestly, because we're going to only make a get request. So far so good. It's like simple, you know, it's simple. Is simple. Is simple. So again, here we need, so here, because it needs some parameters, so in our case it'll be an empty object, so we're not gonna pass any parameters here. Yep, we're not gonna perform any parameters here, like so. So it is like this. Okay. So here's when we define is our fetch API, where we're gonna pass is this particular themes. Okay. That initially it'll be empty. Okay. It's an empty object, so we're not going to pass anything here. And here's when we're going to pass all the necessary property to the fetch, to this facade function for us. Cons response here. Let's make this. Let's going to actually call the fetch function, okay? Where here we're gonna pass is the API URL. For this particular case, it's only this. All right. Which is that fetch API, like so. And if we need to add some variables down there, right? So for example, is if we need to pass exactly some variables, okay, or queries for that. Exactly. So here we can pass is this preview property here, but with nothing right now. And this preview will be used as to pass something here, you know, which here is evaluating is this statement. It say, hey, if the preview exists, okay, then if the preview exists, well, add the preview for that, whatever it is. But in our case, since this is a basic function, we don't need to actually pass this as it is, only the query, you know, fetch to this API URL. But before making that request, I need you to pass some options. And that is, which method are we gonna do? Well, in our case, it is a get. A get method, okay? That's right. So this is our so fetch, what you can say is get patience, as it is, get patient, because that particular URL, it'll be like that, you know, get patience. Get patience. Exactly. Get all patience. Get all patience. Okay. Get all patience. That's right. This is what we're gonna do. And I would like you to also pass some additional additional headers here that I'm going to define is here, because this will work on the client side here. That's right, because this function will work on the client side. And now I want you to make is this. First, first I want to now define here in the environment variables, or there's something here called next environments here. No, this file should not be edited. Okay, so I prefer to add this .env file, where here I'm going to now store is this particular data, that is the username. Okay, so for example, API authorization username, API authorization username, that'll be coalition, this is string, and the other is the particular password. Okay, so API authorization password. Okay, because I don't want to expose these kind of secrets. Only I'm doing this for demo purpose, but I don't want to expose these secrets when I deploy this code. And by saving this, now I can have access to this. Okay, let me see if the way how can I have access to this is as expected. Okay, because it's next variable, exactly. In order to make the value of environment variable accessible in the browser, Next.js call can inline add a value at build time into the JS bundle that is delivered to the client, replacing all reference to the process.env variable with the hardcode value. To tell it to do this, you have to prefix the variable with next public, for example. Okay, this will tell Next to replace all the reference to the process.env next public analytic ID in the nodes environment with the value from the environment in which you run next build, allow you to use it anywhere in your code. It will initiate inline any JavaScript sends to the browser. if you need access to runtime environment variables, you will have to set up your own API to provide them to the client. Exactly, my analytics service. Next public analytic ID. Set up analytics service here, process.end next public analytics here on the page index. And runtime environment. I do the next build. Okay. All right. You know what? Exactly. The following counts should be defined in the following counts should be defined in a next in a .env variable. For demo purpose, we set them, we hardcore them here. And that is this: API authorization username and API authorization password. Security reasons. Okay, and now here on the authentication, the headers, we say, hey, headers here, right? So the content type we're gonna say is an application here. So the content, let me put it this way. So content type here, okay, is this application JSON. So application / JSON. All right. And then now the proper authorization, which is the authorization here, where you need to send this but encrypted. Okay. You need to send this encrypted. Exactly. Authorization basic as it is. Exactly. Authorization basic followed by this. Exactly. Authorization basic, and the encrypted data auth key goes here. So initially, one of the great things of working with this is that by using Thunder Client, don't we have that? Oh, you got it, exactly. By using Thunder Client, we only say, hey, on the authentication, we're going to send this, you know? We're gonna send that. And here you're gonna get all of the data from the server, you know, it's all blah, blah, blah. Oh my God. Okay. Holy moly. Anyway, okay, it's a huge mock data. Okay, it's a huge mock data. Yeah. Okay. Display information only for Jessica Taylor. The data is not real, was generated using a custom created script. The API provides static data designed for testing front-end implementation. It's not uniquely generated on each API. Display information only for Jessica Taylor. Display other patient data is unnecessary and will not yield extra point in this skill set. In some instances, data will need to be manipulated to match the design mockup accurately. This manipulation is crucial, so please pay close attention to the mockups. The data in the API is diagnostic history, diagnostic list, and lab results. Will not match the design exactly. This will not be counted against you. Hard-coding the encrypted basic auth will be counted against you. We expect that you encrypt the key yourself using the proper methods. Exactly. Okay. And then we use is this. Exactly, but this is basic auth. Okay. So this is basic auth. So this is API authorization username. Okay. And then we actually do the authentication. Auth here, as it is. Since this won't change, this is the out. We're gonna use this is something called btoea, which is now a global here. Followed by this. All right. And this is what you're gonna append here as a basic auth. All right. So far, so good. And then we're gonna say, hey, no, because we're gonna need to make some GET requests. So that'll be all. That'll be all. We're going to make is just GET requests. You can say patience, you know. Service, patience. Like patience. As it is. Leave service patience. And that counts. So now we can import it from that file. We can import from this file. Here is the cons. That's quite interesting. But in any case, API. So API. Oh, it's because I'm not exporting them. Export here as it is and as it is. Export them. Export them. Okay. Okay. API URL. So API authorization password and authorization, as well as API authorization. Goddamn. Authorization username. Yep, pretty much this one. Okay, cool. So under this file is where we are going to perform that. Okay, but I just want to make a GET request, which means that I want you to await for this data. Okay, which means that I want you to await for this data. Oh, let me please here. And we're back. Okay. So because here the little bit is our query function. Import our front-end stack. Is query function. Query function here. Okay. Query function here. Okay, that'll be an async for that. We're gonna do is this. We're gonna define is this cons. That'll be is a query function, which is a function, okay, that accept is okay, that is made of the query function here and this one, which can be one of its value. Okay, so this is what it's going to return here. Which is a patient. Which is the patient's API. Question is, can we make it this as JavaScript? Exactly. Which is an async function here, where we're going to now perform is this. We're not gonna get actually any of that. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do here. Okay, so here we're gonna now wait for this response, right? Response, and I'll wait for that. So if that response is not okay, you say, hey, error is now patient's API. Okay, patient's API. Patient error fetching patients API data. That's it. And then you're going to return is now that promise, which is return is this response.json already transformed. Okay, so this is now the patients. Okay, this is now in our patients. We're gonna receive is a parameter here as an object. Okay, you're gonna receive that as parameter as an object. For that. But because we're not gonna make use of any query here, which means any data that we want to extract from that, so far so good, right? Okay. Now, this is only to define is this, and we need to export this function, export default fetch. Exactly. Just export default the get all patients, right? Okay. So far so good, right? So now when it comes to actually use this, okay, it turns out to be something like this. Nav provided in children's, okay. In patients, actually that's not DSX. In fact, that's actually is just single TypeScript as it is. Okay. And we can do something like this: npm run bail. Because here when you define is now the pet API response, okay, and what it's going to return is the search and locations. Oh, and the shape of that. Lol. All right. And you got it. It builds properly. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. So when it comes now to use that, okay, it's on that particular page here is when you're gonna make that async operation, where in this case is here. Okay. Fetch the initial data in server component higher up in the component tree and pass it to your client component as props. Exactly. And then pass it to your client component as props. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. All right. So here we're saying now is this cons. So initial value. Okay, where we're going to await for this function, which is get all patients, okay, from the service, right? Away for all serve, but we need to actually indicate that this must be an async function, okay? This function is expected to pass something. No, okay, Ricky, no. We're gonna pass anything here. Well, no, just an empty object initially. So just an empty object. So get all patients. Okay, get all patients. But you say, hey, get both here. Okay, query key. This is a use query. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is our only, okay, this is the query function that we want to do. All right. Get all patients, and then we're going to now inject that. Following is this. Yeah, then we're gonna inject that is like, we're gonna inject that is like this. Initial data here. We're gonna pass that to the proper component. In our case, I would like you to get that to the entire component here, to the main component. Okay. Okay. And this is when you're going to handle all of this logic here. So once you get that data, okay, oh my god, oh my god, once you get that data, okay, I would like you to know first, know if we already get that data, initial value. initial value, which is npm run def, okay, to see if we actually are having that data on the first screen, on the first load. So once we reload this app, it throw an error here because lead patient get error fetching patient's API like this. What was the error? I would like to know. Okay. What was the error here? Response.error. Status and response that message and the status text. Okay, and now it's doing this properly. All right. This is now the authorization. Followed by this. Authorization basic this, okay, but it say no, there was an error here. Okay, no problem. Let's take a look at it. Means that we actually are doing that. Might be not the proper, might not be the proper API URL here. No, it is, by the way, because we actually tested on Thunder client. Token based, what token based authentication actually is. Yeah, but or it might be something like this. Oh, okay, now we get it. Okay, yeah, it was an error when we going to send the that token as it is. So we actually get that in this huge gigantic object. Okay, we get that. I don't want to actually print this. That's insane. Okay, that's insane. Can I limit that to something? Because that's pretty fucked up, bro. That's a lot of data there. It's like, no. Can I limit that? No? I'm gonna have to fucking fetch a huge amount of data? God damn. Diagnostic history, diagnostic list, and lab results. The data in the API for diagnostic history, diagnostic list, and lab results would not match the design exactly. This will not be counted against you. Display information only for Jessica Taylor. Displaying other patient data is unnecessary and will not yield extra point in this skill test. Okay. Okay. It's crucial, so please close attention to the mockups. The data in the API for this diagnostic history, diagnostic list, and lab result will not match the design exactly. This will not be counting against you. Exactly. Show only data from Jessica here. All right. So Jessica Taylor. From that huge amount of data, that's one of the things when this is a blocking operation that we're gonna perform because that data is gigantic. This will be a blocking operation. Exactly. Blocking ops, unless we need to find a way to, exactly, because here when we get the initial value, I want this is an array of objects, and how now this is it. Find the first instant that you get. Okay, that's one of the things when now JavaScript here, this particularly advanced concept where it's iterators and generators, especially on iterators, is that now we have this ability to access to the data. Okay, so anytime we run this function, we get this first element, then we run the function again, the next element, we run the function again, the next one, and so on and so forth. That's interesting because we don't have to worry about how can we access to the data. We just only get the data that we want and do something about it. So now that we have is the patient, okay, I want you to now do something for me. If the patient dot name match this Jessica Taylor, get me that and break this shit. Break me that and break this shit. Okay, and this is the shape of the data here. And breaks that. Okay, so now I'm going to ask to ChatGPT to help me here. Yep. Okay, so based on the following value here. Okay, so based on the following data, based on the following JSON, generate a type script type, generate a valid TypeScript type. Completely, bro. Holy moly. There you got it. So it actually automate all of this process, this tedious process. Like this. See, so now this is the result of this. Which is a promise with the patience. Now with the patience type. With the patience type. That's what it is. But let me put it this way here. That's right. This is what it is. Oh no, it already returns the value. Oh, it already returns the value. Okay, that's great. But it must be a promise. Return is a promise, Jesus. Exactly. You are returning is a promise after all. It's this one. So now here, we can now say, okay, this is what we're gonna get here as a patient. Okay, so this is initial value, fine. So all patients. Okay, so Jesus. So all patients. Okay, and I want to iterate through all of these patients because after all, this is an array of this patients. And now you're going to iterate through each one of them to find the name property that match with Jessica Taylor. Get me that. I don't care the other ones. I don't care the other ones. Not at all. Not at all. I don't care the other ones. You know, I don't care the other ones. So now that I get here is the so Jessica or patient here, right? So now it is time to show this data. So after I did this for this particular entry point, for this particular page, okay, where I'm going to now actually do the fetch request, and once I get that, now I'll be I can have access to the data, okay, using is now this. And the same for that component. perfect initial data. Find me only that one. Okay, I want to now console, and here we're only doing is all of this on the server. So now that I get this patient's data, okay, as you can see here, is that I only get one. What the F? Okay. Let me run this again. Okay. If I navigate to the website, I'm gonna get that. It's compiling. I get that data for this particular user, diagnostic list, and then I get all of this, blood pressure, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. You know. All right. Diagnostic history and all of this, and this kind of data. Okay. So this is now, we are actually successfully fetching data. Holy moly. Okay. Data fetching with React query here. So far so good. Okay. No problem at all. The thing here is that, okay, now that you get this data from here, okay, I want you to now pass down the proper data as props drill. So patient list, we don't care to render all of the patient lists. We only care about is to render data, okay, for this diagnostic history, diagnostic list, and lab result. Okay, that's what it is. So then we got is the here diagnostic history. So diagnosis history, okay, diagnostic list, and lab results. Diagnostic list, okay, and lab results. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is to do some data treatment here. Hey, now that you got the patient's data, and this has something called diagnosis history, okay, I want you to get that data. You know, I want to get all of the data here as a diagnosis history. So this is diagnosis history. Right? Diagnosis history. This is one. This is an array. Exactly. This is an array. An array. Exactly. This is an array. Type of diagnosis history. Is this one. In fact, there is no need to actually be more explicit about that, because we now are doing so. We are going to infer all of the data. Okay. So this is patient diagnostic history here. We're going to get all of this diagnostic history. And also for the diagnosis. So diagnostic history, diagnosis list. Okay. So get me the patient's diagnostic list and also the lab results. Okay. So patient's lab result, if that exists. Okay. So this is now the data that we're going to pass down, and also is the profile here. So profile. Okay. The profile here. We're in the profile. Okay. We want is to now get all of the property except those that are arrays. Exactly. I don't want you to get me all of the array. Okay, which is patient, and I want you to now do things like this. So from this objects, from the object keys, from the object values, return an array of values of the enumerable property of that. Or one of the things is doing this for okay. Yeah, from the following create a create a JavaScript code that redoes that only without all the so create a constant that contains an object without all the array collections. Exactly. It's this one. Remove array properties. Remove array property. And here is this. Key in objects and kind of thing. Exactly. Now for every key in the object, it's gonna check the type. Key in the profile, okay, or in the patients, for every key in the patients, okay, I want now to check if that is not an array, that is not an instance array. Array is array. Is that key is not an array? Okay, good. Now let's going to add this. Profile, the profile equal, or profile key, it'll be equal okay, profile equal, it'll be equal, okay, to the value you get from that, from the patient dot key. Is an array, exactly. Is okay. Okay, is that page, is that property, is that patient there? Is that patient there belongs to an array? Is this not? All right. Patience. Oh, exactly. No, it's this one. If the patients okay, it's okay. It's being TypeScript being finicky about it, blah blah blah. So if the patient exists, and okay, that's okay, it's okay. I get it. So if patient exists, okay, and if element implicit has any type, because expression of the type string can be used. Okay, expression of the type can be used as an index type patient. No index signature with a parameter of type string was found on any type. Okay. Element implicit has an any type because expression of the type string can be used as an index of type of patient. No index signatures with a parameter of type string was found on type patients. I just want us to check that, bro. So if patient exists, I just want us to take a look at that. Okay. An arg for args was not provided, and this arg is mean that is any. It means that is any. Okay, thing is telling me that this patient, he doesn't have any property any for that. So how can I tell to this function, hey, deal with it? No index signature with a parameter of type string was found on the type patients. Why you don't want to accept this? Be obedient. Be obedient. No. Okay. It's because on the patient, you say you better change that. Okay, you better change that. You better change that signature from this. Okay. So if that is an instance of a key, if not an instance, okay, now you're gonna add that to the profile key to the whatever value that this has, right? That's what it is. So now this will say, hey, I want you to make this the union generate a type that only oh, you can do this. Copy and paste. This patient profile. Patient's profile. Pero qué verga. Okay. Alright. It's not what you think it is. God damn. Alright. That's it. Okay, cool. So, not only that, okay, that this new object will have that, okay, but also, yeah, not only that this object will have this data for this, what we can define as this util functions, here, or this function like this, transform get profile data into this function, as it is. We're gonna pass this to patients. No. And this will generate is a profile for us. Okay, we're now here. We'll be able to finally say, okay, give me now the profile for this. Cons profile. And we're gonna call is this function here, which is get profile. Get profile data from the patient, right? So now that we got the profile, diagnostic history, diagnostic list, and lab results, okay, we're now going to pass down that data. So patient's list, we're gonna render as it is. Diagnostic history and diagnostic list as well, and patient profile and lab result for that. So now they're going to accept those parameters. Okay. Now they're going to accept that data as it is. Okay. For the profile, for the diagnostic history, for the diagnostic list, and for the lab result. All right. Okay, and now we're gonna pass down that data properly. But first, it's going to start with the profile. Okay, we're gonna start with the profile as a way to render that data as it is. You know what? We need to also do some treatment, data treatment here, because our patient's profile. Okay. It'll change a little bit. Our patient's profile, it'll change a little bit. Okay, so this patient profile, we're gonna receive that as props. Okay, and we're gonna pass that. The way how we can define this as prop is by saying, hey, this is the patient that we want to accept that as it is. All right. So this patience data that we're going to pass down like that, what we expect that this would be is a patient with the shape of profile or patience profile, like so. All right, we expect to receive that data as it is. So now in our particular component, which is in our entry point, we're gonna pass that data by saying, hey, this is now the profile. No, but this actually expect me to pass is this thing, is the patience. They're gonna call this patient profile, and patience. Okay. And here we say patience. We're gonna pass is the patient profile. What? I mean, is profile. Alright. Of course, there's some errors, no problem. Let's going to fix those errors here. By any instance of this patient that you find here that follow this, okay, I want you to replace that with patience. And as you can see here, we are now currently fetching data from that server. Holy moly. That's right. Holy moly. Holy moly, bro. That was quite interesting. Totally. Now we're passing down that data. Holy moly. npm run def here. I mean npm run build. Of course, it fails because it say this is not a model. Okay, this is not a model. Exactly, this is not a model. But in which file? Here it say, hey, this is not a model. Okay. It's not a model. Yes, I know that it's not a model. Oh, unless I say something like this. It's like this is type. On the compiler option, I think it is. Get all patience. Exactly. TypeScript detect this. It's like TypeScript detect all of this, okay? And don't complain about it. Okay. Type N is not assignable to type never. What in the F, my friends, happens here? Okay, this is block scope. That's right, if paging exists. Profile is possibly undefined. You're quite annoying, bro. You're definitely quite annoying. Okay. Element implicit has the variable profile is used before being assigned. I'm gonna ignore TypeScript check. Jesus, big. Exactly. So anytime you look at this, because this is patient, so anytime you look at this, so patient, this index doesn't match with this. No index signatures with a parameter of type string was found on type patient. So your problem is with this thing called patience. You know, your problem is with this thing called patient, where you say, hey, no string were founded. Why do you think that this is a string, my friend? That's the pretty fucked up question of all of this. And after all, I'm just checking if there is an array there. You know what I mean? I know that TypeScript is complaining a lot. Can I? Okay. Yeah, how to ignore that rule in TypeScript, bro? It's a partial of patience. Makes a lot of sense. Exactly, it's a partial of this. So hey, this will be a partial of the profile. Or of the patience, by the way. Okay, this will be a partial of the patience here. And here, when I check in this, okay, and here you need to define is this. Hey, this key that we're getting from, which is the value, okay? So the value here that we're getting here from the object, in this case from the patience dot key, must be part of It's like key as key of that. Where you say key, right, is as key of, that makes a lot of sense. Key of this particular partial that we're receiving here from patients. Okay, and now we're saying this. So the thing here is that with TypeScript, what we're doing here is, hey, because now I want to get this partial data from this collection. Again, I only want to get a subset of these properties. I want you to get first initially set this as an empty object, okay, by saying, hey, this is a partial from this interface, okay. Where now here we're going to do is this. So those keys will be part of the patients here. And not only that, but this key, okay, key of the patients as well, which is in this case is value, bro. It's supposed to be value. String number undefined is not assignable to type undefined. So if value exists and is from that, there you get it. But now you say, hey, this can be string or number. To type undefined, to type string is not assignable to type undefined. Oh, it's because you think that it will be undefined. It's because you think that it'll be undefined. Type string, number, and undefined, which is our passing here, is not assignable to type undefined. Type string is not assignable to type undefined. Which is a string, number, diagnosis history, string, or undefined. Oh, it's because it's thanks to partial here. Oh, okay, it's because partial is now doing this for us. Okay. Okay, this is part of the TypeScript. Oh my god. This is part of the TypeScript here. The handbook. Basic type, but in particular is from partials or object types. Partials. Utility types. It makes a lot of sense. Okay, utility types. Utility types, exactly. Awaited type, partial type, required type, read-only type, records of this, pick, omit, okay, pick types, keys, okay, pick, I think pick will be good, pick, okay, from patience, and that'll be is yeah, okay, so we can pick this. Construct a type by picking all property from type and then removing keys to literal or union to oppose or pick. Exactly. I prefer to use this omit. This is utility types. Okay. I want you now to omit here. Okay. And I want you to omit is that makes a lot of sense. And in fact, we don't need to actually create that. But here we can create that by say patient profiles. Okay. Okay, by patient profiles. Omit is this. Omit this. And here you're saying is this. Omit this. Hey, I want you to omit is this. This property as well as the other. Diagnostic list. And the other is lab result. Okay, you can create this as it is. Okay. Okay, so here's how you can indicate, hey, this profile will omit all of the results. Okay. you're going to omit from the okay, and this projection profile here, it'll be like this. As key of PP profile. Now it's saying the following, and that's something important and powerful of this, because now with this utility function like pick or omit, okay, now you have much more. You can now show is the shape of this data, which is powerful, and then they move on to more complex topic as it is. Oh my god. Patience. Profile key as profile, and then it say, hey, key string type undefined is not assignable to type never of value. So for some reason, you are assuming that you're gonna get somehow is undefined. So if value exists in is this one, it's say type string number, string or number is not assignable to type never. Type string is not assignable to type never. Parameter types, constructor parameter type, return type, instance type, nothing for type, this parameter type, omit this parameter type, this type, oh, this type, god damn it. Intrinsic string manipulation. Pick or omit here. From patient pero mamá verga. And this one exactly, and emergency contact. Emergency contact, and then you got this emergency contact and insurance type. Exactly, with type assertions. Where this must be value of the as exactly. So because we're doing is this type assertion here. Element implicitly has an any type because expression of the type key patients can be used of the index of the patient profile. All right, makes a lot of sense. So so here we need to do something like this. We say this will be a partial. Okay, this will be a partial from the patient. Okay, initially as an empty object. Okay, where now I would like you to get that and then you say type string number diagnosis history diagnostic is not assignable to the type undefined. Type string is not assignable to undefined here. God damn it. remove property here, which is this shape, and it's going to return is a partial of that. TypeScript is being very finicky about this, bro. Very finicky, bro. Patient's profile. Three number diagnostic. Type undefined is not assignable to type never. Anyway, just like that. It's like you are quite being. Oof. Yeah, because that's what I want. When do you think that this is acceptable for you? It's like variable profile is used before being assigned. Exactly. When do you expect to when you do expect to me to do this? That's the question. Oh, here we are. Oh, here we are with this painful experience with with the painful experience with TypeScript. It's like the less you fight the TypeScript, the more you do that, the better off will be. The better off will be. How to disable this flag in TypeScript? It's like, yeah, I get it. You gave me this particular problem. I get it. I totally get it. This is the intention. Deal with it, bro. Okay. Under the compiler options, being quite annoying, bro. What in the end you think you're doing? You think this is funny? Okay, so we run this, okay? It's still there. Variable profile is used before assign, and I'm telling you, chill. And I'm telling you, strict property initialization false, and I'm telling you, chill. Strict. Can you chill out, bro? This, in fact, is not this. No error truncation. Oh my god. How can I find a way to better fix this? I needed to find a way to disable this. Holy fuck. Definitive assignment assertion doc. But in any case, actually this worked as expected. This works as expected. Okay, that's it is. Great. It say now patience. No, patient must be defined. And if patient exists, exactly, it's helping you with errors at runtime. It's helping you with errors at runtime. Okay. So now they're supposed to work as expected. So we're actually pulling the data from that. You say, hey, patience here. Okay, patient's profile is not what it is. In fact, is PP profile. Is patient's profile. Are you not importing that? Yeah, but import that, bro. Okay, as you wish. As it is. All right. So this is supposed to work as expected. And then you got it. It say, hey, type error cannot set property of undefined setted name. Okay, the TypeScript. You give me the data that I need to. Okay. You are processing, and then I'm passing you that down there. Let's do that again. The problem was it say, hey, I cannot find this authorization basic. Type error cannot set property of undefined setting name. Question is, do you run here on dev? Do we run our on dev here? In line 26 here, what you're doing is this. Lab result. Cannot set property of undefined setting name. Okay. Okay. Lab result. Okay. The diagnosis history. The other is diagnosis. And lab result. which is an array of string. We run this again, okay. When we run this again, all right. When we run this again now, when we navigate to here, we should be able to load the data as it is, but it now fails horrible by saying a expression expected. Will you? Oh, because it's okay. So you're now going to make a lot of assertion here. Okay. All right. Good. Good. But now we are finally passing down that data as expected. Now, let's get it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Exact, which is here. Cannot set property of undefined setting name. And it still is with that error. And I say, can you ignore this? It say cannot set properties of undefined setting name. but I know what I'm doing. Can you just skip that? It is hard for you to skip that? Type error cannot set properties of undefined. Okay, yeah, I get it. No, I get it. And it's because is this. Ignore this, my friend. Ignore that line. TypeScript, please ignore that. I don't want you to do that. It's like ignore, get rid of that. No, can you do that? It say cannot set property of undefined setting name. Add here. Because wow, this is quite annoying here. This is quite annoying. This is quite annoying. This is quite annoying. Yeah, perhaps it's on the types here. Wow, this is so annoying, bro. Man, no, it's time. It's time. Profile key cannot set this. Remove flag. Jesus, ignore that. God fucking damn it. Because when you reach to this level, because when you reach to this level, exactly, you are getting the data properly for that. But for some freaking reason, cannot set properties of undefined setting name. because I know you are being quite annoying, and I get it because you want us to avoid any runtime errors. It won't happen, bro. It won't happen, bro. God damn it, bro. So now I get this. And you are not able to ignore that, man. No, ignore that. Ignore the script line. Jesus. The fucking wrong with you? Ignore that. God damn it. But ignore that. Oh my fucking god. Anyway, bro. Holy fuck. No. Spectator. Jesus. Man, enough, man. Enough, man. Ignore the script error. God damn it. Don't. Come on. God damn it. Jesus. Fucking hell. No freaking check this, bro. So, oh my god. Oh, nigga, get bro. Oh, I mean, I want to ignore this line. Come on. Come on. Ignore this line. It's like generic code. The flying fuck, bro. The flying anyway. Any freaking way, bro. Exactly. Now you're fetching the data properly for this. Jesus. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, everything was just to. So when I do npm run build, I don't want you to break this shit, bro. I don't want you to break this, but you will break this. Element X implicitly has any type because of it. No index in a true. It will be a partial. Okay, of the patience. All right. So I don't want you to check this. TypeScript not check, TypeScript or ignore. But now we got a proper pair here on the patient's profile when you say, hey, this might be undefined. At runtime, right? At runtime. Okay. As PP profile, bitches. You don't know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. But I'm passing this. But I'm passing. Variable profile is used before being assigned. Okay. Chill, bro. No problem. Then, now let's go to build this. Okay? As a way to prevent any error at runtime. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Oh, come on, man. Are you not going to you're not gonna do that? You're not gonna build this. You're not gonna fucking build this. Oh, okay. Well. This will be is part of another. Oh my god. I mean, if you run def, you run that normally, okay, as it is. Oh my god, bro, what's wrong? What's going on? No, enough, bro. Come on, man. Jesus, why? Stop. Cannot set property of undefined setting name. I'm going to definitely disable JavaScript here in TypeScript. God damn it, bro. God fucking damn it. Fucking enough. Fucking enough, bro. Fucking enough, bro. Jesus. Blah, 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 blah. Jesus fucking Christ. God, enough. Enough. Jesus. Jesus, enough. And let me do the thing that I know that I have to do. God freaking damn it. Jesus, please. Okay, no, we're not going to import TypeScript right now. That's fine. We will do that later on. Brrr. Fucking hell. Enough, motherfucker. Enough. Jesus. Fuck off, nigga. Fuck off. Jesus Christ! Get rid of this. I was going to deliver this and at once. Dug at them. My God, my fucking God. Come on, man. Okay. 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 No problem. No problem. I want to do this. Fucking damn it! I'm telling you, please give me all of the data that I need to fucking do this. Were you so fucking annoying? Enough! Enough of being annoying! Bro! Enough of being annoying! Enough of being annoying! Oh my God! Okay. Okay, it was the code that you fucking generated, bro. Okay. If the object prototype has some property called patience in the key, okay, which means that exists when you call that, okay. Object prototype has on property called, okay, patience, and if that exists, okay, because I'm trusting this piece of code to do that. That's what happened. That's what happened. You are trusting in that, and then it tells you, hey, cannot set property of undefined settings.name. Okay. if the patient because the problem here is that even though that is calling this, okay, the object constructor that, let's go to see if you have that on property, and if that property is as a way to get the link here. Why are you doing this? That's my question. That's my entire question here. Exactly, is the value that we're passing is that. If the value that we're passing is that, can you now show me here is the value there? Because you fail. Oh my God. You fail because you want us to do something funny here. Name Jessica Taylor, and I want to check is the value of that girl. You know? So if that value is an array, no it is not, then this value, which is now nothing, but it's here, then this value here is actually what we're going to pass here and assign to this. But it say that this is undefined. Let me put it this way, bro. Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, because I put it this as an array. Because I put you as an array, as an initial object here. So, one way to actually fix this and to use now TypeScript here, okay, as a way to fix this freaking issue that you got here, is by saying, hey, this is an empty object, bro. Hey, this is an empty object, so deal with it. Now, when it comes actually to say npm run build, will you able to actually do what I indicating to you? Is now finally build it. Okay, you build it. Good, good. You build it. So you are now satisfied. Okay, so you're not say, okay, good, awesome. npm run dev. Okay, so now that we pass the proper data from the patient, okay, now it is time to pass is the proper data from the diagnostic history. So here in the diagnostic history, okay, because the way how our data is being populated here with the blood pressure systolic and this diastolic, okay, we're going to now send that data down We're gonna receive that as props. In fact, I would like to save this as a way to say fetch patient data. Okay, now this will work as expected. Let me see if this actually run as expected. Okay, there you got it. Now we can commit that. Okay. So next is on the diagnostic history here. So we're gonna receive is this data from the page diagnostic history, in this case called diagnostic history, as diagnostic history with this. This is the object that we expect to receive as props in this React component. All right, where this must follow is the same as diagnostic history. All right. Okay. And then this diagnostic history, what we're gonna render is that particular data as it is, right? For example, systolic diagnostic history. Exactly, diagnostic history under the month and year 24. My question is, how is the shape of this data? That's my question. My question is that how is the shape of this data? Especially data that we fetch from that. Let's take a look now here. You can see it's actually the real life data. No. From the Thunder client. Okay, and I want to see now the real life data from this. Where you say, hey, this is from March. This is from February. Okay. January. Okay, we're gonna pass this. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Similar for this. All right. The data in the API for diagnostic history and lab result. Which is data that is going to be consumed by that. Which means is, well, This diagnostic history requires you to pass this data in this particular order, in this particular fashion, as it is, right? Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. So now that we're going to pass is the data, which is diagnosis history. I love that you don't even help me here. Exactly. Which contain blood pressure, heart rate, blah, 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 blah. Okay. But this is something that it required me to pass this data in a particular format. You know? So this is when the data treatment comes here. Especially on the diagnostic history. So since this diagnostic history, okay, contains blood pressure, heart rate, month, respiratory rate, and temperature and year, okay, we would like now to show is in this case, so for October, for November, for December, for this, that, so on and so forth, right? This is how we want to show this. So I need now to pass this in a particularly proper order. So for example, like the data, where it receives just a collection of numbers, which is great. So since here, okay, in fact we're receiving is an array of this. That's exactly what we're passing to, an array of this. Diagnosis history. We're passing is an array of this. Diagnosis history. Exactly. Diagnosis history. Okay, so this diagnosis history here is where we're gonna get each one of those elements there. We have is the heart rate and the blood pressure, but the blood pressure here contains diastolic and systolic. Okay, which is an object, here, diastolic and systolic. right. So okay, it contains an object here. That get is that systolic and that's diastolic. And these are the values that we're going to use as a way to pass down to that. Okay. I want you to now get me all of the diastolic here. And again, you're gonna get is the diastolic. Diastolic. Okay, diastolic. And also I want you get is the diagnosis history map. Systolic. Okay. There's a way to get all of this. Systolics, diastolics. And this is the kind of number that we're going to pass through that. Okay? So when we render this, that's it. That's it. We got all the values here as it is, as expected. What we only need to get is the values from that. Because at the end of the day, this is an object. It's the levels and the values. All right. We get all of this. That's right. And this is the value that we're going to pass down as part of our data. Okay. But since we're going to receive this data here, we want us to pass in the first position at all of these labels instead of faker. Data here and say, hey, do you know the data set, which is an array? Yes. Well, I want you to iterate through each one of them, or in other words, to say the first one is a systolic. Set systolic, which is a function here. Set systolic. Okay. So the data set at that position. Okay. On the data, I want you to now populate that with the diastolics here. And with the data here, with the data now that contains all of this systolic. So this will be done in real time. So once we reload this, we should actually get that data as expected. Yep, that's right. Actually, that's pretty interesting. Actually, that's pretty interesting. So here, yes, we are mutating in this particular state. We don't want to actually mutate that particular state. In fact, we would like is to create a new data from that. By saying is this data line, okay? And here we're gonna say is, well, whatever you got on the data, okay? Here, I want now is to mutate. Unfortunately, this is it, right? Data line at the data set property okay, which is creating is a new state for that. Using Redux function might be a good way to do that. That's one of the reasons why they're using is reducers and that kind of thing. So here we are creating is a new collection from that, as well as a new collection of that. Okay. And then here is where we're going to create that by saying, hey, you know what? This data that get here, I would like to do something like this. I prefer to do some data management here by saying this. I want you to now to iterate through all of these elements, okay? Diastolic values and systolic values, okay? And I want you to get all of this data here from the props, okay? When you initially render this, and then on this data here, I would like to do something like this. Since this is the data set for one and for the another, one way to do this is by doing something like this. So hey, labels, okay, interesting. So it means that these labels that come from March we're now going to build those labels as well. Month and year. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Sure thing, bro. Sure thing. Let's gonna create now the labels here, which is counts labels. Okay. Where this is the kind of data that is going to be popular here in this particular format. It only accepts strings. So what we're gonna do is to iterate through all of this and get that, which is going to iterate through all of this, okay, on the history, and then get me that. You see, in my particular case, it's not only blood pressure, but it's the month, exactly. But it's the month, okay, it's the month and the year. It's the month and the year that we're gonna do a combination here. Okay, and what you to now get is this, the month plus the month, but I want you to get me is the first three elements, you know. Slice this. Slide from 0 to 3, okay. I want you to now construct this string, okay, and then let me add now this history.month like this, followed by this history dot year, and this is what we're going to build as the layer. For each one of those elements that you get there, fetch me the history. Okay, and I want you to construct is this systolic value, the diastolic values, systolic values, and the labels. Okay. Exactly, and the labels. So this is what we're going to now populate to that as a way to say, hey, Mr. Data, you come here, Mr. Data, datasets is actually that for this demo purpose, and the dataset.labels, okay, will be is this. Will be is the labels. Diastolic values, systolic, and there you got it. Totally, bro. Totally. And now it's printing in this particular format here. Exactly. where now labels, it'll be these new labels, the data set Coño la malva, come on. Where data set here, data sets in the first position, add this, and so on and so forth. Where data set here, where data sets inside of this, which is an array, it'll be populated, okay? It'll be populated with this. So this is now style. Style diastolic. Okay, you're gonna have this. Style diastolic. Oh, this must be an object, by the way. Style diastolic. Style systolic. Okay, which is this. Oh, there's the country, okay. Style diastolic, style systolic. Where it will be an array here of this shape. Data sets, an object, exactly. Data set of diastolic, and style diastolic. And the other is systolic. And this is what we're gonna inject and pass down here. Diastolic numbers. Exactly. Data set is okay. Exactly. And then you got this. The diastolic data. Okay, makes sense. All right, so everyone is happy. So now everyone is happy. When we refetch this, we usually tend to get who in the fuck does have that shit? Exactly. Systolic, diastolic. And not only that, exactly, because the whole point of this is to create a new state, my friend. That's all. It's to create a new state for that. And well, show perhaps here is an average. Where here you're gonna say is the systolic. This case is diastolic average. Okay. Where now you're gonna do is, well, with this diastolic average that comes from here, I want you to apply now this math floor, but the average, but I want you to do something like this. Since all of these are numbers, okay, it's an array of number, I want you to now apply this transformation to all of these elements here. and that is diastolic, where this is now a number. Okay, diastolic. So diastolic here, it'll be something like this. I want to get all of this value, but first, if you don't specify none of that as the initial value, it'll take that 0 as the initial value. And I want to do something here because this is the previous, the accumulator, and the current value, which is the diastolic, and I want to do is this: accumulate and add the diastolic here, and then return me the average for that. And this diastolic average is what you're gonna show here, not on the blood pressure, it's on the systolic here value as it is. So anytime we render this component, it will do all of this. God damn. But then I want you to now is I want you to, now that I get this number, which is great, okay, I want you to divide that by the diastolic dot length. Okay. Exactly, systolic, bro. It's systolic and diastolic. This is systolic average. Exactly, systolic average. And then where in the systolic average you actually are now is calculating with that, and the following is with the diastolic here. That's one of the powerful things of this, bro. And there you got it. You can also do something like this. You can say, hey, math floor. This result, math floor, as it is. So similar for this and here as well. No. Oh. There you go. So pretty much is this. Pretty much this is it for this, We also have data from respiratory rate and temperature, Okay. Oh, we also got that. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. But this is per month, exactly. This is per month. You get this blood pressure, heart rate, and respiratory levels and temperature. So the idea here is to also, from here, from each one of those elements that we get here, now that we take a look at the blood pressure, systolic and diastolic, now we're going to take a look at the heart rate, respiratory rate, and temperature. And in fact, we're going to do something like what we did here with this, diastolic, systolic in labels. We prefer to actually do these labels like the diastolic and systolic values. Diastolic and systolic and average. And here we're going to calculate another average for that. Simple counts for a respiratory rate. For respiratory rate. What in the fuck? Okay. Respiratory rate. That's one. The other is temperature and the heart rates. But first things first, we're gonna actually do quite the same. First, by looking at in this particular case, to get all the values from the respiratory rate, pretty much like this, heart rate, that kind of thing. We need to get all the values from that. The same for counts, respiratory rates in plural. So we're gonna take a look now at the diagnostic history, and for each one of those elements, I want you to now get me is the history, okay, where I want you to now on the history dot heart rate, respiratory rate, give me the values from there. Give me the values from there. Get me the values from this. From the respiratory rate. This is one. Let me actually show that respiratory rate here. No, because we need to also calculate is the average. Like this respiratory rate average. And here is pretty much this. We're gonna get this respiratory rate, which contains a collections of numbers that I want you to now apply these functions for each one of those elements, and then extract and get the data from that, and then do something about it, which is one of the powerful things of Redux, is because you have now the accumulator as well as the, let's gonna call it rate, okay, and initially I want you to set that as 0 and do this. Let's now create is this. Let's now is to respiratory rate Redux. Let's now create is this. So this respiratory rate, the accumulator, which is the previous value that I'm holding it, and for each one of these elements, I'm going to apply this result that I get from the last operation. Something that is beautiful, by the way. Beautiful function, bro. Jesus. It is, man. A lovely, beautiful function. God damn. And I say beautiful because when you understand what this allows for you, you will embrace complexity, bro. You will definitely embrace complexity. Okay, but here we need to do that in this particular order. Diagnostic history card. Okay. Okay. So, what is this diagnostic history card is made of? Glad you asked. So this diagnostic history card is made of this. Okay. Okay. So, is this one? Is this diagnostic history card? Diagnostic history card. Like diagnostic history card. Diagnostic history card. As it is. Okay. Okay. And we're going to send, we're going to send to this thing these card props followed by the index. But this card props, which is an array, okay, which is an array of all of these elements here, we can do something like this. Diagnostic history card. History cards, and here we can say something like this. Diagnostic history cards. I want you to iterate through each one of those elements, where in each card that you have, okay, I want you to now add this particular event. I want you to return, in fact, this. It's an object that will contain is the card. What card though, bro? Really? And what is this? Oh, unless you say something like, unless you have to say something like this. What you do is return is this card, okay? So evaluate this expression that we're going to return, the card, followed by this. Anytime you find the value property, I want you to now pass this. However, because this is something that is going to not be like that, because the way how do we set our own data here, so we need to add some sort of logic here. And this is the logic that we're going to add here. So if the card dot title match the value that we get from there, Come on, for real. Match the respiratory rate, then we're gonna do this. Okay. So if this card title match the respiratory rate, then we're gonna do is this, right? Respiratory rate average and that kind of thing. So we're gonna say is, okay, return now the opiate card where their value will be is this. Pretty much, pretty simple, 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 simple. However, so for this case, we're gonna return this, which is the history card. A card that we're going to pass here as it is. He will complain because he say, hey, there's something that is undefined, I can think. Value number with, okay. It says that type undefined is not assignable to type base card diagnosis. Because you think that this is undefined. No, you will always have values there. Okay, if yeah, perhaps you are quite whining here is because of that. So respiratory rate, the other is the heart rate. Heart rate. Where this come from here? Heart rate. And now the heart, the average here. Heart rate, heart rate, heart rate average from here, and then we're gonna see is this if the car okay. Now match with the respiratory values here. So with our heart rate. We're going to now return is this. Well, in this case with the heart rate, okay? And quite similar with the temperature here, which is temp rates. Temperature, yeah, temperature rates. Temperature rates, as it is, followed by now the temperature rate average, by taking the temperature rates and apply that theme. Okay, and then we ask the same here, but in this case for temperature. Temperature. We double check here that it is correct. Temperature, that's right. And then we're going to return now this card as it is. Okay, so then they're gonna filter element and return only those elements that exist. So now here you shouldn't complain about it. Now card props is say, hey, no. The expected type comes from property cards, which is declared here on type intrinsic attributes. And here is saying the type that you're passing is not assignable to the type-based card diagnosis. So, base card diagnosis is an array. If I don't no, it's a single element here exactly. So the signatures, according to him, is like, hey, they don't match that. Yeah, and I get it why this component can quickly grow and grow and grow, bro. Type undefined is not assignable to type-based card diagnosis. generate a valid code. Exactly, generate a valid code that generate a valid code here okay. Oh, because this shit is like this. Okay, so now everyone's happy. So now everyone is happy, bro. We need to divide that by the proper length. That's what happened. Here for this one, and then you're going to divide that for the respiratory rates length. Okay. The same for this one. Okay, and divide that by the heart rates dot length. The math floor here, we're gonna do the same for we're gonna do the same for now this one. The temperature rate dot length, and there you got it. All right, bitches, there we got it. That was quite interesting, I must confess. Totally. Oh my god, that so far it has been a very interesting, very interesting bitch. I really love this challenge completely, man. God damn it. Is now blood populate diagnostic history. No, populate diagnostic history. So populate diagnostic history. Holy moly, fucking love this, bro. I fucking love this, bro. God damn it, I get it, what? All right. Perfect. Perfect. Totally perfect. Totally. Totally. Okay. All right. So we continue to now finally wrap up the last section, which is frankly most easy to set up. Yep. Okay. All right. Da, da, da. And then now we're going to finally show is data. Okay. For the diagnostic list, and lastly their lab result. So lab result will be the last because it's just passing as an array of string, then you want these to render all of these elements. So that's actually quite interesting. So okay, this is diagnostic list. And this diagnostic list, what is the shape of this? Okay, is contain name, description, and status. Pretty straightforward. We can now define here this as an array of the diagnostics. Okay, as a props here. What we're gonna pass now is the diagnostic list as a way to render those. So diagnostic is TypeScript is saying, hey, I don't recognize this. Are you sure that is that? Diagnostics in plural as a way to say, hey, we're going to receive this diagnostics here, diagnostics. And with that, now that we save this, which in fact this will be is an array of that. Okay, diagnostic list. This is a diagnostic with the shape of diagnostic date, I think. No, it's diagnostic DB diagnostic history as DB, but I think it's diagnostic exactly, which is the diagnostic interface. That's right. And here's when we're going to render now these elements, where it's supposed to have that particular data as it is, because at the end of the day we're receiving this as an array of that. The must contain is that data, this diagnostic. So if we render this, there you got it. Beautiful. Oh, magical. Everything fit in their own particular place. Hypertension, diabetes, asthma, blah, 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 blah. Lovely, lovely. And now we're gonna do the same, but for lab results. So in the lab result, we say, hey, we're gonna pass is this property called labs result. We're going to define is this property here as lab result, okay, as as an object here that will contain now is the lab result as lab result, lab result, that's right. But as an interface from the util component lab result, nope. This must come from, oh, because this is an array of string. Okay, exactly. This is an array of string. An array of string. Okay. Awesome. So here our lab results, which are now being overridden, by that is going to show this, where it'll show several data. Exactly. Blood test scan, radiography, x-rays. That's right. Enough. Exactly. And x-rays. So that's it. This is it. This is it. Actually, it was more entertaining, this particular part, when it comes to do data handling here. Oh, let me actually show this in a proper format, because we need to show this data here with pass data to diagnostic and lab result. Really? Is there any one that it needs to be updated? Oh, okay. And now let me fix is here the diagnostic history here, particularly the order in which we are showing this, and that is on the labels. Oh, of course, doesn't have. Of course, of course. Okay, exactly. So we need to show this is reverse. We need to show this data in a reverse order, which is all of these values. I want you to now reverse. As well as this. The same for no, it doesn't matter, because after all we're just calculating is average, so few matter. Yeah, with this we're just only calculating its average, so doesn't matter at all. So now we're going to show them properly, especially with labels. Exactly, because we were showing is this first, and then the other. Exactly. So now he's going to show that properly. So in March 2021, we got is these two data. And in the first one, we got is 170, 20, and 64. So we want to check at this as a way that we actually doing that as supposed to. March 2024, we must show is 163, 160, what? And 95. What in the F is this? Oh, remember that okay. No, remember that each one of them is different. Exactly. Remember that each time you fetch data, they are different. They're not returning is the same data. $163 and $195. One now is to do this. And they're yeah, the element. $169 and 180. So systolic and diastolic. It's because the data is quite different every time you fetch that. Okay. Exactly. Show char from show char data past to future. Show char data left to right. Like the show chart gears left to right. And now this is done. Holy moly. Simple. Simple as it is. So that'll be all for this video. Take care. Bye bye.